it is time. I guess technically this will count as compiled, doesn't it? I guess it will count, so I'm just going to go and reset it to 0 because I'm probably going to be running it. Well, maybe not. It may not happen. All right. For now, this is what I'm doing today. I'm working on this. This is what I did yesterday, and I actually just want to keep doing it. So I'll go and make it part of the stream. I am jumping into the middle of it. I'll explain a little bit. So I have this other project that I was working on that was in C++. And I've decided to just give up on C++, honestly, because trying to make it work even in like Vim, I don't know. I don't want to spend like a full day just trying to even get to a point where I can start writing code that has like autofills. So I'm just using VS Codium. It is a non-Microsoft. It is a de-Microsoft version of VS Code. Basically just the open source version. That version. And then I'm doing it in Rust because I know that I can just, I've already done Rust before. It's literally as simple as installing Rust and then I can compile and run a program. It's great. It's that fast. I don't have to have any consideration for a build environment on different systems because Rust is built the same way on all. Okay. The way you build Rust code, it is the same from a developer standpoint on systems. I'll eventually get to a point where I'll be learning what it even means to build on different systems or build for different systems on Rust. But for now, I'm in happy land. I'm just writing code and I can run it. And I don't have to worry about build scripts. I just run a single function. I don't have to do any kind of configuration either. I just say, here's the name, here's everything, and this is what it is. And then it works. So that's great. I think it's great. As far as I'm aware, I mean, I guess it's not the only lower level language. I don't even know if you could call it really. I don't know. I'm still learning Rust. But anyway, about the structure of this project, or the JSON parser, I want to keep it really simple. I don't want to write custom types. Rust has enums that can just contain information. So it's basically just a wrapper that has a value, which is really nice. So in JSON, you have, let me actually, does this work? Very cool. Okay, well, this is the whole thing, but I just want to show this. JSON is an object, an array, a string, a number, a boolean, or null. So I've got all those right there. I've seen basically every other implementation of any other parser for JSON always has some custom types and it does some extra stuff, or it has a bunch of API stuff, or it just exposes a lot of things as well. I think the main where is it? Of course I know that this already exists. I'm not like, I know I know that I'm reinventing the wheel, so to say. I know this exists, right? But here's what I don't like about it. First of all, it's old. Second of all, I think it uses probably the worst version of a parser, which is this crazy lookup table. I think this is just literally slow. It's also just kind of insane. I mean, look at this. Like, this is mostly empty, right? But basically, I've seen parsers that have this table, and this means they're basically implemented in a very specific way. There's also... This one doesn't have it. Wait a second. Hang on. I haven't fully looked at it because I don't really want to copy anything. This has a lifetime? Oh, I guess because you're creating a struct out of your... Whatever. Anyway, in here. They have short. Oh yeah, short is the string. Hi, Yulia. This is one part I don't like about it. They have the short string optimization that you can't opt out of. Which means whenever you're working with the value, we'll get value. Happy Sheep Murder Day. What? Anyway, as you can see, the enum for JSON value includes something here that is called a short, which is a terrible name. First of all, because short is a common programming concept for, I think, a 2-byte number is what a short is normally. This is actually a string variation. You can also see object is an object and number is a number instead of just like a floating point value. So that's odd, right? And you can look at this partial equals. So this means that shorts and strings are really different things because you have an equality check that treats them differently. If I go to object, they have their own map implementation, which I think is ridiculous. I've done it, but only because I wanted to. And I think the actual map implementation on C++ is just literally slower than what I've written. But anyway, I think this is kind of ridiculous. It's ridiculous in the sense that there's no real reason for me to do this, except I wanted to know how you made a map. So this was more like a big learning thing for me. I wanted to make a parser. I wanted to make a hash map. I wanted to make arrays, right? So I have my own custom array type in C++. But also because there's been so many times where I'm like using C++ and I realize, oh, this is a bug in the implementation. There's an implementation bug that makes this really, really slow. Or just the standard library itself is, they have very fat objects. Very big. Unnecessarily large. From what I've seen in Rust, it's not the case. They don't have super large objects. They don't have large hash maps. They don't have large arrays. C++, you have no guarantee about how much memory an array is going to take up. At least in Rust, it seems like there's 64-bit, 32-bit, there's a difference, but generally you're not going to be on Windows and you have like a 500-byte object that is just like the structure data and not even the heap data. Or on Linux, you might have like a 30-byte thing. I don't know, that stuff was just annoying, which is why I also did it in C. But I'm not doing that in JSON. Anyway, this is a whole thing, which 700 lines of code that you have to maintain if you have a mistake. That's your mistake that you gotta fix. If it's slow, you gotta fix it. That stuff, right? I don't think a JSON parser should come with a custom number, a custom string, a custom object, a custom array type that you have to handle yourself on your side. Especially this number. This is totally ridiculous. You don't have to do this. But they have their own... They basically re-represent floating point values, except they make them, I guess, as large as an int. Wait, what's the number? Except they take up more space, obviously. Also, a U8 to store a bit is actually crazy. Taking a whole byte for a single bit. Of course, this has a very large... This is more precise than floating points are. Floating points are precise, I think, with 53 bits. This one is precise with 64 bits plus and a 16-bit exponent. Because then here's the thing, you can't really... As soon as you do this, you either have to implement an entire summation thing, which it seems like they don't. I haven't fully looked at it yet, but I'm not seeing it so far. Yeah, so you can't even add these numbers together. You have to cast them, which means you're losing precision. So, I mean, like, what was the point of making a custom number type if you have to cast it out of the number immediately to use it? You can do a quality check, I guess, but that's it. So you don't even get the benefit of having the precision because you cast it out. Yeah, so I mean, there's just like silly stuff in here. And basically you're downloading, if you wanted to build this and compile it and download it, you have to download all this stuff. You don't have options. You have to compile it all when you get it. So I don't know what the timing is, but I would prefer that if I have a JSON parser, the only thing I'm compiling is the parser. And that when I access a string, I'm getting a string, guaranteed. If I'm accessing an object, I just get a hash map. An array is just a vector, that kind of stuff, which is what I have here. Specifications for JSON say that expecting better precision than 64-bit double floating point is not an expectation of a JSON parser. I think I've seen parsers that will accept and store a higher precision, but as soon as you write it out, they're just going to write it out as a floating point. If it can fit in a unsigned 64-bit, it'll print that out. If it doesn't, it prints it out as a floating point, as a double floating point. So even though it can take in high precision values and allow you to work with them, you immediately lose that as soon as you write it out. There's just, right, like, just, you don't have to do that. So that's what I'm doing. This is, if I ever need actual JSON parsing, I will be using my own parser for sure. So I'm writing it to be good. Anyway, that's all that. I know it exists. I know I'm rewriting it, or I'm reinventing the wheel, but I think this being abandoned and kind of explosive in its size is also bad. I wouldn't use this anyway. And I'm pretty sure every other, I haven't looked at them, but I'm sure like any other JSON parser implementation does the exact same thing. They have a big number, they have a custom object, they have a custom array, they have short string optimizations. None of that's needed. They don't have options for this either. If you include this, you're getting the array macro whether you want it or not. You're getting a value macro whether you want it or not. You're getting an object macro whether you want it or not. So they don't even like put their macros in a sub path, so you can choose if you want them or not. I think that's awful. Also, like, I even understand what this is. Like, what would be the point of this? Right? Like, if you're just storing the values, you wouldn't even need a lot of this code. Okay, my parser. I've written it in Java, I've written it in C++. I think I've actually got a really good strategy. Basically, you do an initial validation, which just is there to give you nice exception errors, but very fast parsing, so it won't use any heap allocation. I mean, it shouldn't use any heap allocation. I think it does. It does actually use a little bit of heap allocation, but it's not anything big. It's just to keep track of like its nesting. So if you end up with like an input that is just like 200 opening arrays, some parsers will either just crash on that, they will allocate a vector every single time, which means parsing that input takes like several seconds before it realizes that it was invalid to begin with. So basically my strategy, I validate it, I do as little allocations as possible. I'm just scanning through it to see if it's valid. And then I have this optimistic parser, which, like I said, is optimistic. If it fails, it returns nothing. If it succeeds, it returns the value, so it's an option value. Basically, you validate it first, make sure it's good, and then you optimistically convert it into the values, which in this case is just wrapping it in these JSON types. Wrapping the language native type, or like the expected type that the language would use. So if you ever have an object, you're going to use a hash map in Rust. If you have an array, you're going to use vector in Rust. A string is going to be a string. Because of what JSON is and how it's supposed to be interoperable, numbers are always going to be floating point 64 bits. Booleans are simple enough, and null is just a unit. Right. So that's that. And yeah, in this case, I use some macros just to make things easier to write, because stuff like next value and top stack are repeated like several times. I'm trying to make it even better because even in this case, I have a ton of repeated functions. Which I guess I probably wouldn't want them to be macros, because it might be good to actually be able to use that function if you want to parse a number from a string as if it was a floating point. But I'll also look, because I know that the reason this is written is probably because C++ has inconsistent implementations for how to parse a number. I'll look at Rust and see if Rust has I think it does, but I'll see what its definition is. It may not even support exponents. I don't know. I'll see. I think mine even has problems right now that I still haven't noticed yet, but when I wrote it, I did use a test suite, which is like 200 JSON files with a whole bunch of different stuff. When I had it in Java, I even compared it. It was the fastest one out of all the options that I saw. I downloaded like 4 different parsers and they were all slower. They also were less robust. They would fail on a lot of valid input. They would accept a lot of invalid input, like purely by the definitions. So it doesn't even they wouldn't even follow the standards consistently. A lot of them would just be really slow on malicious input. Like I said, a file with like 200 opening array brackets would like crash. It would take several seconds because it was doing heap allocations every time, and they were like using large C++. I mean, in C++ it was bad because certain types were just really, really big. Okay, I think it's enough rambling. Also, this is some nice stuff. So what would happen is, let me see. On certain things, like when I'm expecting the end of an array or a continuation, I'd have the bracket or the comma. This is a case, this is a switch within a switch, which Rust actually has nice syntax for this. I can put an if after the pattern, so I don't have to double nest. Yeah, okay. Writing now. Array end, object start. Yeah, so should validate this string and then set the state to colon. Object key. Also, I usually see commas in the match. I don't need commas. I guess you only need the comma if you are not using a block. All right. Also, the formatter. The formatter is nice. I like the formatter. I like their decisions on the formatter for Rust. Are these the exact same? They are. They're a little different, I guess. I'll leave them as separate branches. I'm not really sure how to merge those two. You can usually do... Oh, wait a second. Can I just write this? Okay, well, they're merged now. Cool. Great. And then this would be a problem because let me change expecting to actually have something else at the end. Or just accept like a string. expecting reason. You'll say, whoops. I can combine these. I can say if state. You can't do that, right? Quality for enum. I don't know. This is weird. How do I check equality with enums? I don't know how to do that. I can search it here. Okay. Without the match, because I think what I tried writing this before and it said I have to derive. Instead of use what? Partial equal and equal. Okay. I don't know. It's actually a little it's just a little bit too different, I think. I can say this. Okay, if it takes ownership of it, it should be fine, right? Expected car, found car 2. I'm assuming when I try to write this, it's going to tell me no. Right. It is an error. There's actually no problem for me just to have this be a vector, right? Shouldn't be mad about that anymore. And then this, oh, an implementation might be missing for state. Consider annotating state with this. Okay. Where am I? Here. Valid. I think I can just provide, right. Okay, cool. And then the reason. Oh, I don't need that because this can actually just be a string constant. String constant doesn't even make sense. For object, and this will be, what did I say would be? For object key. Cool. All right, nice. I was able to merge these. So that's object start and object key being invalid. They're both handled here if it's an object start or an object key. Object start can have this, object key must have that, and then if either one of these two make it to this point, that's a problem. Object colon. I guess I can actually merge these all, right? I think colon just sets it to value and then we're done. But it should be a block because I don't want to return. Following object key. All right, cool. This is nice. A lot of those errors are just sitting in the same spot. Then object end can be the stop or continuation, and otherwise it's unexpected. This is just running, yeah. State. Should just be setting it the state object key, yep. And otherwise it's a problem. Okay, so technically you are allowed to have a trailing. Okay, so the JSON specification does not allow a trailing comma, but I may allow a trailing comma. I think, I mean, it's not like technically allowed, but I can if I really want to. Rust supports trailing commas. In fact, that's like that's the default. I say the default. That's the that's what the formatter does. The formatter adds trailing commas. I'm gonna see what an object is. It's a member followed by 0 or more value separators with another member. So it doesn't even allow, I'm gonna guess unless member is, yeah. This specific mention, they didn't even mention the trailing comma. Yeah, trailing comma is not allowed, so, but I can allow it. I can still parse it. Though I probably should not. I think I won't, because when you're producing JSON, you should not have trailing commas. I don't know, but like it's so, it's tempting. Does Rust have default parameters? Why do I keep trying to go? I'm like so used to now. It probably doesn't. Default parameter mechanics. What? What is that? Just a struct default. What does default do though? See, this is where I would like there to be something about that. I'm duplicating all my tabs. Uh, here's the thing that I have right now. I have a concept of JSON configurations being checked into Git. If you allow the trailing commas, like here, which is the formatter for the default Rust formatter, if I add another term below here, if this wasn't here, well, if I want to add another term, I have to use the comma, and now I have 2 line changes. Right? So every time I add a new one, I have to add the comma and then do this, which requires 2 line changes. Because of Rust formatter automatically adding the comma, if I were to add a new thing, I don't have 2 line changes. I just have 1 line change. If I have a formatted JSON array and I added a new element, or I inserted it, okay, inserting element's nothing, but if I add a new element to the end, it will or if I have an object and I add a new key, it will cause an additional line change that isn't really necessary. You know, adding the comma, taking away a comma. I feel like I would like that, but I don't know how to work that in here. If I add a parameter for a Boolean to allow a trailing comma, everyone who calls parse has to work with that. I could have another function that's just called like parse. Can I think you actually are allowed to write methods like this. I think there was an example, but I forgot it. Okay. It does not allow it. I think what you can do is you can use like trait implementations or something like that to somehow have generic types, which allows you to have a function that could have multiple return values because it knows which one of those to call, because it looks for a specific trait implementation of it. So I think that's what I saw. That's definitely what I saw. I guess the thing is, if I'm outputting JSON, I actually would really like to allow the trailing comma. I really, really would. I mean, I guess if I think about the purpose of JSON, it's meant to be sent machine to machine. So especially like in a web server context, it's great because the other side could be anything implemented in any code, have any kind of structure, and you just say, just send me something that looks like this, right? And the other way around too. That machine could literally be anything and say, All right, just so that it's easy for stuff to interact with us, we're going to accept stuff in a JSON format, right? Which means I think the trailing comma is actually just kind of out of question. Or if I want a trailing comma, then that's a sign that I don't want JSON, right? So I won't do that. Object end, and it's not either one of those. Expecting how do I write this? You have to use reference because I won't take it as an owner. I feel like I can actually bring these all up here and combine them again. I will eventually remember how I've set this up. Following object key, yeah, that's just a mistake in the string. Object value needs this or a comma. Cool. Okay, I think at this point I probably just use the match, right? So I do let does this need to be I mean, I will say one thing about the vector usage. Because this is technically an error report, I don't care about performance at the point of error reporting. Or I guess I don't care that I'm creating a vector of a single value. If you don't want error reporting, and you just want like fast breaking without really reporting what's going on, then you would just use optimistic. And it'll just pop out without saying anything. I don't know why I retyped that one. Could I just, when I could have just copied it. Did I say that the wrong way around? I think I said, I had to say, I don't know why I retyped it when I could have just copied it. I think I said that the wrong way around. So what are you not happy about now? Valid? Is that? Oh, yeah, I do have this one the wrong way around. And then, yeah, so slice. Okay. Can I just do like, what do I have? Should I write as slice? Equivalent to that. I guess if it's equivalent, then there's no reason for me to write it that way. But I think I technically don't need this, right? You just do that. Let me see. I need to know if I need to do that or not. I don't think I should have to. Yeah, because they say if you have like a string, you do this, you just get that, right? You don't have to say the whole thing. Okay, but they are writing it twice like this, so do I have to? Maybe I actually have to. Okay, I'm not for sure, so I'm just gonna write slice. For object key, following object key. Key star is gonna be like I could write following member separator. I don't know. Okay, they're merged. Now, I don't know about the end. If I end up with end, this is actually not an error. Basically, I end up with pop stack. End can come from pop stack. It says, I remove what's on the stack and then I check what's last. Does this? Where is it? I think it's an option, right? So if it's an option, then it shouldn't. Or none if it's empty. Okay. Okay. So if I end up with nothing left after that, my state will be end, which means I skip a bunch of white space. So I think what I have to do is I have to check if we're white space at that point. If next is size, then yeah, I think generally I have to check what the last character is. So what happens is I'd go in here, next increments. Actually down here it would say we're on the end now, and then it comes out here and then it checks this and says, okay, well, we're done. We've gone over that. But then this happens when there's white space at the end. So we're marked on end. We still have more characters to check. This comes in and says, if we are white space and we can continue, then we continue. We mark that. Otherwise, we break out of here. So we come down here into state. We go all the way to the bottom. We're at end. We have basically the last character to check. So I still have to check this character. So I have to say end if is white space B, right? If we're white space, we're good as the last character. Otherwise, this is a problem. So here I would say I guess this is an error unexpected. Actually, this is more like, this is actually a pretty custom one, so I'm just gonna write it out. So error, I have index is it next -1? I have to wrap this into this. That's not how that works. I need to use format here. Because I think in this case, I think it's just... Okay. I have this bit up here where I format a byte. I guess I should make this a macro, right? Okay. I'm gonna test this. Make sure that's doing it right. There was this, which was pretty nice. I can test what macros do. Valid format string. Okay. That's what I thought. What is all of that? Oh, that's the format macro. Okay. I'm like, what is all this as a format? Okay, that's definitely right. Or at least this version is definitely right. Okay. So then here I will just run format, or format byte is already up here. Format byte cannot find. I have to really define this. There's no hoisting. It's probably. Is there an error down here? Interesting. Well, I guess that means I have to put it up at the top, right? I don't know what to do with macros. I don't know where to put them. I feel like I should put them in the place that just before they're used for the first time. But it's interesting that these don't hoist like that. I thought they would. So in that case, I'm going to put it right here. I could actually put it at the bottom. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll actually put this at the bottom. But then I will have to have it before that. So put it like this. And this can go up here. I don't know, the organization of this I don't really like because it's kind of all over the place, but these ones are very relevant to this location, I guess, so they should probably just stay in this file. Line and column are never read. Okay. Oh, that means. Okay. So I am guaranteed at least one byte If it's empty, I ignore that. This is an as, so I guess this is probably fine. I think what I might just do here is say if there's literally no bytes, I do this instead of bringing it there. There's a byte order mark that UTF-8 is technically valid, and it's probably just a good idea to skip over that if it exists. This will never output a byte order mark, but definitely a good idea to accept it and ignore it. I don't know if I really need to like be so specific about this kind of thing. I'll say here if stack I guess I can say is empty here or empty. I can write this. Say else. Error. So next should always be 1 greater than the byte that was most recently read. Line, column, message. This one I'm actually going to do a format. Stack last seems like array. I guess I can just say that. Then I don't know why I would be upset about this. Oh, is that right? I guess I should actually just say like, oh wait, last, I would actually do this. I would actually do last expect, and then a reason would be and now I could just do array and object. Okay. Very, very close now. right, so now I just have the to-dos really, which there's only 2 of them. This one should just contain a basic string validation function, and this one just needs to I guess it has some simple stuff it can do. Yeah, this one should just be matching some of these things. How much do I want to write in here? Probably what I mean to do is just to trying to think about this. I don't think I should do recursion here, but this is all the values, right? This is every value. But I do have an instance where I need to specifically check a string. Okay, so I think up here, what I will do is I will have I guess I'm going to make a macro for string validation is what I'm going to do. I guess not actually string validation, but something that verifies that while I'm inside of a string, things are correct. So basically just read until I hit an end quote and then I return and I say I'm good, right? So this whole function. I'll try the basic stuff. Actually, okay, I think I definitely want macros for all these, in fact. I'm not going to use the is string, I think. I'll just do like is null. And you provide what I want to do is I think I want to provide a slice or something like that. So how exactly does this run? I also need number validation. So when I read a T, that's kind of a crazy comment. Also, I just have like no, this is kind of a dumb thing that I do, but I have no, I think, catches. Oh, no, wait, what is JSON? Hang on. I have no bound checks on any of this code, which does make it like really unsafe, but technically it's like fine because the chances of you getting like that next letter 1 byte outside is really low. I'm pretty sure any operating system, when it provides you an array, or if you ask for data, I think it pretty much never puts you right next to something else. Or if it does, it puts you next to garbage data. I shouldn't get like a seg fault or something like that, where I'm like reading outside of the bounds of an array, or outside of the bounds of the program. The programs any operating system provides padding at the end of like your program's heap allocation area. Or at least it should never provide to a program a heap allocation where 1 byte beyond that is like system critical stuff that can't be modified for this exact reason. And if it did, it would also even make sure to check that and make sure it's not giving you that. Anyway, I need to figure out how I can write this in a way that is incrementing next. I guess I don't need an increment column until I know that it's a true. I just have to give it. I need to give it bytes and I need to give it an index and size, I guess. So it can rewind next. That's fine. Well, it's not going to increment next. Yeah, it won't increment next. It just uses it to know like the index. But I want to do bound checks here. So I guess what it should do is it should say next. Well, I should know that the current. I should know the current byte that I'm reading is okay. So bytes next -1 is equal to an n, and next plus two is less than size. This is like a really awful look here. I bet there's probably a way to write a macro that will fill this out for me. So I'm gonna write it out and then see if I can figure that out. Because that's really tedious to write out. Is token. All right, let's see. I'm super sure that I can write this out. Because you can have repeating capture groups. Basically, I saw this. Where was it? This. A repeating capture group. I guess I'm fine to write like what is it? The term with spaces in between. I guess I'm fine with that. Though it would be annoying. There is a match actually, which is like a token tree or a pattern. Patterns are literals. Huh? Literal pattern. Okay. I could possibly use that. I could also use literal. What is this? Tail. Mixed rules tail. Okay, so it just consumes the rest of it. I bet I can write it as like a comma. Oh. In what the? It's crazy. I think the simplest thing is probably just to use the space. I guess I just want to know what I can do with these. What can I do with these? Yeah, what can I exactly do with them? That's the real question. I can make a repetition. I guess it's just how I run it. Maybe I just want a literal. Is like, what's a meta? It's a meta variable. Oh, everything is a meta variable. Okay. Okay, it seems like I can't get anything out of that, actually. Okay. I think I have to use it with spaces. I have to do spaces. Because the idea is I would do it like this, where I can just write the characters out like that. So it would be that, and then I'll just call it something, and I guess probably do ident. So that's individual characters. So is token takes in the same stuff. Yeah, and it has to be the last one. So bytes. Well, actually, no, it doesn't have to be the last one. It can be at the start. So this can be. What is it? $2 signs. At least one with a comma. And then I have all these. So, and then I need to know how many there are of that. The number of times. Count. Okay. Did I say at least two? All right. So this was all kind of wrong. So basically this would be bytes next minus 1 is equal to this is interesting. How can I write this? Okay. It has to be literal. And this would be, how do I grab the first one? I think it doesn't work that way. Well, I mean, I can use repetitions. The thing is, I want to read the very first one. Oh, I guess I can do that, right? I can make this like C0. And then I'm taking on right? Oh yeah, and then a plus. I'm gonna say exactly 1. I just don't make it a repetition. Okay, so if this is equal to C0, and next plus, and then I could do the count of this minus 1. I could also just do size minus 1. Plus this count is less than, or size plus whatever. Is this right? Yeah, because that's what I'll be doing. Next plus some value. So I do next plus is that how they say it? Count CN. I guess I'm actually looking for len. The number of times the innermost repetition will repeat. No, I need count. Right? And then I repeat this. So this will be count the current repetition index. So then I just do index. Metavariable expressions are unstable. What? It is null. Two bytes probably works, right? As bytes. Substitute does not have to be mutable in this case. Is null. Byte size next. I don't know. Or like this. Okay. Metavariable expressions are unstable. Okay. I guess I just don't know. It says add it to attributes. I guess the only way I can do that is by add this to the create attributes. That's all I have to do. Okay. No rules expected this token and macro call. Oh. How could I possibly format that as being inside of a byte? Because it seems like I can't just extract it, unless maybe I'm misunderstanding how this works. No, because it's still like, how do I put that inside of a string? right? Maybe I have an idea. Because it would still be nice if I could just do this without having to write all that out. Hang on, exactly what did they say this is? Is it specifically... This is an insane macro. Oh, thank you. I mean, I guess my thought is like, can I do this? Can I write that? Character little may contain only... Yeah, okay, so I didn't figure that out. Thing is, I can't use it like it's a formatter, but I kind of could here, right? But then this makes it a repetition, which is not what I mean to do. No, it still doesn't understand. The thing is, this would almost work in like C macros or C++ macros. Because you can just do that. Okay. A byte string. Could I do that? I guess I could, right? I could say if this is equal to, but no, I think I think I do just want to like specifically. I don't want to make a. Well, I guess in that case it actually shouldn't do that. It should be. I'll try this. Oh. Count that there's only one. Right. Argument not found. Containing no syntax variables, matches repeating at this depth. Right. Right. Yeah, it can't just make a repetition. It has to be an input that's repeating. Okay. Change it back. Expansion ignores expression meta variable any tokens following. What? What do you mean? Oh, it started to work. I guess if this was the output, right? Next minus 1 equals n. What do you guess next would actually be 1 in this case. And then I compared the size. Next plus 3 minus 1, so it'd be 1 plus 3, 4. Minus 1, 3. It's less than the size of which is 4. And then bytes next 0 equals u. Which is actually correct so far. So why does it then stop? Why does it stop? Why does it stop? Am I supposed to write it like this? I have to write it with that. But it matches it. That's what I don't get. It's right here. Micro expansion ignores expression meta available in any following. I don't get it. Oh. Is it meant to be this? Well, that's also an issue. It needs to be that. Oh. That was the problem. If next minus 1 equals n, run. Result is true. May not be used on the stable release channel. Oh, I literally can't even use it. That sucks. Dang. It's really just because of these, right? These are the problems. Is there a way I can avoid using that? Because it needs to be a single expression. I prefer it to just be one big if. Okay. It expands nicely, but then they don't allow me to use that. Which really sucks, because that would be so nice. I feel like that says, like, anything extra that I do here is probably running the risk of, I don't know, I don't want to say it, but like the compiler not understanding what I'm trying to write and probably doing more than it's supposed to. At least it makes outputs a little bit larger. This is like the fewest bytes, I think, to get this result while also having the bounds check and reducing the number of literals created. Because if I were to do literal strings, then I would have null, true, and false. I would have 3 different strings all in a row. Otherwise, I would be able to share the L's, I'd be able to share the U's, share the E's. You could just be like NULTREFAS. Dang. This would be so nice if I could do that, but I cannot. It's one thing if I had to put it at the top, but then it's like it won't even build. It's rejected the build, which means that I have to use this stuff. I mean, let me see how recent this is and how long this has been going for. Oh my god. This has been going since 2022? 2021, really? Alright. Damn. So, basically it's not happening. I would think at this point, if they don't even have like documentation for some reason, still no progress. Like, it's just, I think it's just not happening, right? This is just literally not happening. I mean, I guess there is like a loop. I don't know. Okay, how can I do this without that? I think I just don't. I think I just write them all out manually the whole way. So that's fine. Because I think I really would prefer to have it written this way. T. That's, wow, that was crazy. I just hit the key that is on the QWERTY keyboard. Is null, is true, is false. Okay, and then I would have, well, honestly, I think that's all I'm writing. I'm just writing those ones is all I needed. And then otherwise the number stuff is going to be probably just be a function that's like validate number. If it comes back, I'll do this because a number can start a couple ways. Yeah, tough that this is like 5 years in progress, still not in there. That's just crazy. What am I trying to be? Here. looking for what a number is. So a number can start with a negative, and then it needs an int, which is either a 0 or a repetition of 1 through 9. So it's really just the minus sign or 0 through 9. Okay. So this case, I can just write B instead of that. And then I think I'll write it as a match, I guess. I don't need anything else. Because I know I'm going to write this in 2 places, at the very least. The number is required. The leading number is required. Okay. And I don't really have to worry about string. I just know that I'm checking that single thing, so I don't need a macro for that. But this, I'm going to have this repeated in a few places. Okay. Value. Hello. Okay, I'll probably do this. I'll just do this. If this is a string, I'm trying to write Python here. Hey, Danilin, check this out. That's Instagram. Why? What for? People under 18 can't see this content. Well, I guess I'm not seeing it. You are over 18. I have to log in to see it. So if it starts with this, I want to do I'll just write that. Gosh. Otherwise, if this is if I have, I'll check number first because that can fail really quickly. Well, actually, no, number has to do a bunch of ors. What did I decide the order was? Okay, I check if it's opening an array, opening an object first. I guess that's probably smart to do. I think objects are probably most likely for openings. Or actually, did I say I decided that arrays were most likely? It's a My Little Pony video. Why does it need to be 18 plus then? Array start, object start. Oh, I have to push the stack. Stack. Should I use append or push? I don't think they mean anything different, right? Oh, it takes an iterable. Okay, so I don't want that. As Instagram, dude, I don't know. I think Instagram has the opposite problem. I think it doesn't mark 18 plus content when it's supposed to. Not the other way around. It's about time for me to get lunch. I'm breaking my head at writing documentation in Markdown. Personally, I kind of like doing that, so I can't relate. Is this it's an array? If it's this, it's an object. If it's this, we check if it's a string. Otherwise, then we're just doing is number b. That's number validation. And then I just had a true, false, null. All right for the numbers. Oh, the number is just all like in line here. I'm not going to do that, even though I know it's probably only going to be called here. I'm not going to do that. Actually, I don't know. Should I just write it out as a... No. It is using logic to write as code. What does isTrue need? I wish a macro would tell me what it needs. I already forgot. isTrue takes bytes, size, and then the current index. Bytes, size, current index. Actually, I think what I should probably do is actually pass next -1 instead. That's probably way better. Use F for everything with more than 347,000 vertices. Write an object file for you. I don't understand. If it is true, if it is true or is false, or is null. If any of that's the case, then I know I just read one of these constant values. So then I say state will be equal to match state array start or array oh yeah, array end means we're looking for this or that. Okay. Array start or array value. Object value leads to object end. And it's all the way down here. Break. Next value. If we're start or value, array end. If we're object value, object end. If it's value, it's end. Okay. I'll say value end, and then anything else is actually going to be reading panic. Should I have panics? I don't even know. That's going, you get the right road to be a full vibe coder. Something on Twitter. What? They mean to say 2027? I don't understand. What is that? That's funny. I'm really confused, right? What do I not understand? They didn't typo it 3 times. What? What is this, the real account? Check the date. I'm so confused then. Okay, now I see the date. Did they, I don't know, did they add like another year? Was the release date planned to be a year ago today? This should be a panic, right? Actually, I think I don't do panics here. That would be really, really stupid. So I'm just going to say return. I need to make it a block. Return. Well, I don't know if I need to have a block or not. return error. Okay. Invalid state. I need format. I guess if I'm doing that, I can just write format. What are these called? What are they called, these? Well, reading literal. Okay. State does not implement debug. Sure, why not? This is a good trick. Is that a trick? I don't think that's a trick. I think that's just like I didn't see what the date was. Did they? I don't know. Did they delay it again, or what? Better watch the Digital Circus movie when the torrent drops. I don't know that. I used it on another streamer for us still looking up. Okay. Just completely distracted the guy. Because I don't know. I didn't know the date of it, so I was like, is this a typo? Are they delaying it a year? What is this? Is GTA like actually released? Did they delay it again? I think they did delay it again, right? It's been delayed again. Wait, what? This is actually crazy. So they delayed it on the 6th of May. They delayed it to 20 days after that same day the next year. And then November 2025, they delayed it to 13 days after that in a year. So right now it says November 19th, 2026. All right, I gotta get lunch, feed the dog, take break. So I will be back. I don't know if I like this, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Okay. Generic value valid. If it's none of these, then this is an error, right? So this would be like else. Expecting, and then I guess this is just to do. Okay, I'll be back. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go eat off stream. So this will be up here. Okay. What am I thinking? Probably like 30 minutes from now. I'll be back. I'm back. I left the music playing. I'm not supposed to do that. Should not do that. Okay. I'm ready. I'm tired. As usual. I don't know what it is. Lunch like really knocks me out. Okay. So I'm looking for a value. I don't see a bracket, a brace, a quote, a number, true, false, or null. Okay. So all right, I'm changing it. What was the problem here? What? That's just weird. Right, this is changing to be expected. This will instead be a string array, right? So then I run format byte for C in iterator. Unexpected byte, expecting whatever. Okay. Now these need to be changed. That one not yet. So this needs to be like this. Right? And then you don't like this. Okay, let's make it. Yeah? No. I don't know if that works. That works. Why would that work? I have a feeling it's not going to like this. Okay, so you can have a vector of statics. All right. And then I think I just pass it like that. Expected. Why don't you like this? Oh, you do. You're just pretending you didn't. Okay. don't know, it seems a little bit odd. Unexpected, expecting, and then, yeah, so here I just have got is B, no wait, here. um, yeah, just make it like this. Okay. Reason. Value. Okay. And this list is going to be that, a literal quote, I guess I can say a minus a 0 through 9. And then true, false, no. Okay. That seems good. Okay, so now all I'm missing is string validation and number validation. So I can just make those both functions. So I'll call this validate string from the position. Okay, so I think what validate string should do is it can return an OK with a length from quote to end quote. And then it can return an error with the specific error. Right? So I need to give it a reference to bytes. Then I'll give it size in next. Go and write these down here, I guess. a U8. So this is not going to be a public. Well, actually I could make it public. So it will just take a size, and that's all it takes. Turns a U size, or an error. Right, okay. Let me check this. When I validate a string, I think I am processing it UTF-8, right? Yeah, I'm pulling individual bytes. What? Really? How do I print a value? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm back. Validate number. Yeah, same thing. Validate number is just literally just checking to make sure that it's a real value. So it returns nothing. Well, that actually does have to return the length of it, because part of it is that it's skipping over. So when I validate string validation, so let me think here. Yeah, match, I guess. Match validate string. This will be bytes. A slice returns a reference, so this will be next -1 to size. I don't have to say that. Okay, what are you not happy about here? Expected that, found that. Okay. And then it should just be that we're missing the arms. Yeah. Okay, length. We'll then do it should be next plus equals length. That's what it should be. And then I'm just object key. Okay, so if that's true, then what I'm actually looking for now is state should be that. Right? Then I don't think I need the comma. Otherwise, we have an error. Right. I think it's going to be let equal this, and then I would do question mark. The question mark. Oh. It just gives me the value. Jeez. So smart. Okay. So the question mark will return the value, and if it's not, then it returns the error that it gave. So if we have a string, length is going to return the full length of that. So next is currently pointing to the byte after the quote. It's pointing to the byte after the quote. I guess I can actually give it this. So we're going to start processing from the byte after the one that I'm looking at. and it's going to return the length of that. So if it's a string of 1, it'll return 1. So it'll be next is pointing at the first letter of the string. It returns the length 1, because it's a 1 length string. Add 1 to next. So now next is pointing at the end quote. So I don't want to do that. I want to do length. I want to add 1 to the length. Right, okay. Cool, so that's what that one is. And then up here, this would actually just be same thing. Length plus 1. I just read a value, which means I think I actually want this as a macro. So I'll make this macro next value. I do provide state. Okay. Next value on state. That's string validation. So next is pointing to the byte after, so I need to subtract 1 and then continue from there. Question, and then, so to return the length, so if it's like 10, I want to look at the character after that. So next would be pointing at to the 0. So I want to add 1. So it'd be, length would be 2, so I want to do add length minus 1. Status object colon. No, because this could be a value. Oh wait, no. Wait, what? It's never an object colon, though. Why was that there? Weird. Cannot find value next in this scope. What is it complaining about? I really wish the macros would show up. It's kind of annoying that it doesn't. Next line column. No, these are different. This is different. This should be next to value, and then yeah, I get it. No, I know what I'm doing. So here I need an internal, I guess like a bad state. So it should just be state is a state. And then index column size. And then it will be this. Right up here. And this should be not a return. Yeah, this should not be a return. Huh. Well, I guess it's just a return in general, right? So okay. So then here I can say bed state, state, index line column. That'll be next. Yeah. I mean, I guess the problem is that I'm actually constructing this every time, which is pretty bad. That is actually really bad. So, well, no, it's a macro. It's not. It's a macro. It's not constructed until it's returned. So I can't copy this in here. Cool. Now I just have to. I deleted it by accident. I need to undo until I find it. Okay. Cut. Paste. Invalid state while invalid state while reading literal. but the macro doesn't work right now. Okay. Bad state. String value, right? State. Awesome. And this would be raw reading literal. Oh, maybe I need to put this down here so next is accurate. If either one of these is true, I need to know which one it was. I actually don't know which one it was. Okay. I guess I could assign, like, I'll just do this. So next is currently pointing at the letter after, so it'd be 3. There's a lot of next minus 1. What would this be? I could drop a lot of minus 1s if I were to instead put the next down here. No, next makes sense because it is called next. Next is not the current letter. The current position. Next is the one after that. So next -1 is probably fine. Am I possibly doing it more than once? It doesn't seem like it. The only time I would be doing it more than once is if there's an error. So it's obvious what's going on there. Okay. So validate string, next value, next value, next value. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Is this all written out now? Yeah, I just have to implement those. And they have to return the correct value. Okay, so I get a slice of a U8, and I'm reading until I see a quote. Okay. All right, so because how string works, I actually need to roll it. I do have to roll that one back. It needs to contain quotes. So it says to roll back. So I'm going to read the whole quote string. And it'll just return the inner length, I think. Yeah, that seems correct. Still just return the inner length, but it needs to start with a string. It needs to start with a quote. The reason I have that is because I was thinking if I read If I allow it to not start with a quote, then that means I have to say it's valid when it doesn't end with a quote, which would be a weird function. So it has to start with a quote, and it has to end with a quote. Right. Okay. Another string validation function. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow this more closely. Because there's certain things with strings, or at least this. This is the part that I want to make sure I get right. So I can have an unescaped character or an escaped character. An unescaped character is in those ranges, excluding certain values. It specifically excludes 22, which is a quotation mark. You're required to escape a quotation mark. And then a reverse solidus. Is that a backslash? Yeah, backslash, you must escape a backslash. Escape. And then something with the UTF-8 stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna read through this section here. Oh yeah, in quotation, control characters have to be escaped. Any character may be escaped. Oh. Any character may be escaped. Okay, well, any character may be escaped, but these ones have short forms, and this one is a requirement. So if you're not doing any of these, you have to do that version. To escape an extended character that is not in the basic multilingual plane, the character is represented as a 12-character sequence, encoding the UTF-16 surrogate pair. What does that mean when I read in bytes, though? Yeah, because I think that means... FEFF. I ignore that sequence. EF BBBF. I don't understand how that's the same thing. Oh, man. Wait. Look what I have here, because I think I did go into... Unicode. Because, yeah, then there's this stuff. Man. Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right, so they're saying that when I parse a string, I have to load it after this, right? So basically, anytime I read in, I don't think about it right now. It's only for validation, but when I read in, let me just like look at it. A UTF-8 or UTF-16 surrogate pair. The thing is, I think technically UTF-8 includes UTF-16 just by how it was set up. Hey Danilin, making a nav mesh in Blender. Yeah. Which one did I go to? What does this go to? Unicode standard. Unicode. I just need to know how to read it, not to know what it encodes to. Oh. All right. I want to sit down, but this might be the end of it. It might be it. As soon as I sit down, I might just pass out. Fall asleep. Okay. I think this is what I looked at, actually. This was good because this actually tells me literally how to interpret things, which is great. Okay. I don't think. EFBBBF. Oh, look at that. Okay. Okay. So up to 7F is just encoded as it is. Right. But then, okay, then they have this mention where they mention oops. Or they mention a UTF-16 surrogate pair. So 7F is represented up to there, right? 7F. This says 10. The basic multilingual plane is up to 10F, right? It is not. This is the part that I don't get. This confuses me. Those range 10 to 10. Okay. Okay. So when I'm parsing, I get this. If oh man. If it's in this range, I acquire it as a surrogate. Which, gonna be honest, that looks like it might be a mistake. Might be missing a 0 there. I might be missing a 0 there. I don't know. Does it say how to make a surrogate pair? Do I need to go look at 16? My question is that technically 7F is like a control character, at least in my mind it is. Why is it all the way up here? I guess it's not a control. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. Hang on. They don't say what to do if you receive something invalid. I should definitely produce valid UTF-8, but when I'm reading, I guess it's just a mistake, right? If I read something that shouldn't be valid UTF-8, I reject it. Right? Especially here because somewhere around here, certain things never appear. What do they say it? Wait, where is it? Oh, it's right here. Implementations of the decoding algorithm above must protect against decoding invalid sequences. To a null character. Interesting. With a surrogate pair into that. I don't know what that means. Which prohibits the octet sequence. What is that a... Oh, that's funny. I get it. Yeah, I'm assuming it's basically a way to access root without looking like you're accessing root. Because you start at root, you go in, and you come back out to root. Or well, I guess maybe not necessarily root, but in systems where your file path is like a nested folder, I guess that the idea of that is you can back out one, and then you can technically read. You can just start browsing through the file system at that point. What does this mean? I guess this is more of display, right? You can have this character encoded in 1 byte or 2 bytes. When I say byte, that's a byte. This is 2 bytes, this is 4 bytes. I suppose I shouldn't really have to worry about that. I guess the question is, well, there's not really a question there. It definitely could be a security problem if, I don't know, perhaps a character is not allowed, or somehow a character is used in indexing. And the comparison might be to say, hey, if we have this character, don't allow it. But then some other implementation may perceive these two characters as being equivalent. So then you might compare to this. In one implementation, it says, no, they're not the same. And then the next one, it compares them and they are the same. I don't know. What does this mean? Like, how am I supposed to read this stuff? I don't see anything about how encoding works. They're just saying, here's this. This. Oh my god. I don't know, am I just missing it, or like, do they just not explain this? What is this figure? Here's three shades of nearly the same color. Try to tell them apart. Yeah, I mean, it's just, what is, okay. All right, they don't know how to write, apparently. They don't know how to explain something. This one's explained so well. They literally walk you through it, too. All right, validate string. So I'm reading quote to quote. I think what I'll do is I'll just get like an iterator and run next on it. So should I run next on it? Should I just increment the value? I'm just gonna increment the value. I'm actually not gonna make these public. I need at least 2 letters. This is an error. String is too short. Oh, right. So something with validate string. I actually do want to match it because I want to do some stuff with this. Um, so what I do with error is I'm going to I need to set. Can I? I think I can take it as mutable. I can. Okay, cool. So it's basically going to point to the exact byte. But then line and column, you can have or you cannot have literal new lines. New lines have to be escaped. So line just equals line. I save those to keep the message. I return error. Cool. So I do want to do the same thing up here with this validate string. And you know what? Could I just pass these in so it can return it for me? I'm only going to be doing it like 2 times, so it's actually, I'm just going to copy it fully. I'm only doing this twice ever, so. So next currently points to the wrong thing, so I need to subtract 1 from next, actually. Index should come back to me as an index into that string. So it'll be 0 if it's on the quote, 1 if it's inside the string. So next is currently pointing at the first character. So you have to subtract 1. Okay. And it's just simple with line and column. Oh, I did this in the wrong place. I meant to do it here. So be next minus 1. Also, what? I'm reading a string. I need to go back one because I need to read that first quote. Yeah, just same thing there. I'm just subtracting 1 from next. This also has to rewind 1. Oh no. It's pointing at the first. Next is pointing after it. After the first digit. Also, I'm going to change these to maybe number and maybe string. Or not maybe number, just maybe number. Just that one. These ones are guaranteeing that it's definitely null. Maybe a number, if it's one of those. Read back to the quote. Read back to the first digit. Okay. Good. I'm going to start collapsing these because I know these are done. Did I just do? Oh. Weird. So this is lesson 2. I'm going to return an error. It's just going to be can I like error simple or something and just provide an index and a message? Oh wait, no. If it's less than 2, then it's yeah. So I'll just say unterminated string. Yeah. Actually, these should be the same thing. Hmm. So basically, I'm going to break on I guess I'm just trying to get ahead of what I should be here. Should I use a while I is less than size and do like I minus something? Because what I mean to do is I need to return the number of bytes within the string that I need to skip. Not the like character length or something. Or the byte group lengths or whatever. Not that. At the end of the loop, I should be on the last on the closing quote. I will be the closing quote. So if I have a should be like pointing at 2. So let's do subtract 1. Okay. I minus 1. And use size. Whoops. Alright, so just loop. Okay. Okay. So if the byte is okay, so here's okay. If B is less than x20, these characters must be escaped. Yeah, for less than 20, they have to be escaped. Next will be I Oh, the first thing we're expecting actually is this. So the first character should be... Oh, actually, I can't just do I plus equals 1 to start. Unreachable code. Why would you think that? Because that's an error. Yeah, so size is less than 2. We just say it's an unterminated string. Or I guess I can say, like... Yeah, sure, I'll just say this. If size is less than 1... Or... No, this is like an empty. If size is less than 2, then I just say... Alright, we'll run this. So I know it has at least one character at this point. If it's not that, then I say strings must start with this. And then if it's less than 2, then I say it's definitely an unterminated string. And here I'm looking. So I already know the first letter is that. So I can start by adding 1, and then I can say... Alright, I know the length is at least 2. So I know that 1 is in range. So I can say if I if we are at the end, it has to be a quote. How can I do this? I'll just do that. If it's a quote, done. Just done. If we are if we are at the end and it's not a quote, then This is also an unterminated string. I should just do this one. Just say that. Can I make... I can do this. I kind of want this to just be like a constant string. Can I just put this at the top? I have no clue how to use const. If we're less than this, then the problem is that this is an unescaped control character. I guess I could actually put these up in the air instead of down here. Would that make sense? That might make more sense. Whoa. I thought it would just bypass that. then anything over UTF-8 says 7F is encoded as itself. Oh, the one thing that is required to be escaped is this character. Yeah, so the quote is handled. The quote just means if I see a quote, I'm just done parsing a string at that point. I just say we're done. But then 5C is the special one. So if I read this character, we do match, I guess. I guess I can actually just write it. But I have to double up like that. So this character, this implies that it must be followed by something. So I can say if I plus 1 is less than size at this point. Otherwise, well, I guess I can physically write these characters out. So if I see 22, is that 5C? 5C. I'll say equals and I'll do 1.9 instead. Or 1F. Almost forgot hexadecimal. 1F. Yep. This up to 5B and 5B to 7F. Are normally decodable. So I just say continue. And then if I read this, I must be getting an X character after it. And then so yeah, I guess here it'll be like incomplete termination sequence or something. So this could say, yeah, incomplete escape sequence, I guess. And then otherwise, anything outside of this range is going to be interpreted as UTF-8. I think I can just rewrite B. I think that's totally fine. I like this. I like that I can do this. I don't have to make it immutable, I could just redeclare it. Wow. Okay, so what are the allowed characters? These are the only ones that are allowed to follow or you. These are the ones allowed to follow slash. So I can have a bunch of these, I guess. Match B. So I have quote. / right. B and F and N. R and T. In this case, I just run continue. Those are fine. I need to do any extra checking. It is a U. I have to read. I need to read 4 hex digits, which are somewhere up here. 4 hex digit. I mean, I know what they are. It's weird that they don't specify that. Interesting. I guess they explain it up here, but this is weird that it's not like in the I guess these are, I don't know what. I don't know. That's weird. Whatever. Whatever, that's like from some other specification. Normally they're like really accurate about defining everything, but I guess this is just this and digit or something else. Okay, but then I need to have this has to be less than size. And then I just have to read formulas in that range. What do I do here? Is this a... reading the characters literally, right? Right. I guess I also need to validate that. Damn. So if I read an escape sequence, I have to validate that it's correct, right? I don't know. Because up here they say that it's technically allowed. I suppose what I do is that if it's invalid UTF-8, okay, I think here's what I do. I decode the bytes from it. I need to pull the bytes out of it, and then I need to make sure that that is a valid UTF-8 code point. But I also have to decode it in a way that... Well, I guess it's actually just the raw, like the actual value, right? So... Hang on a second. Well, I think I'm going here at this point. Maybe I just follow this case where when I get the U, I parse the Unicode out of it, and then I do this check. So yeah, I probably need to do like parse. Or like... decode X, something like that, right? But this can actually just be a function. I don't think it should be a macro. It should be it could be this, right? I mean, I guess technically not. So this value FFF would be encoded in 3 bytes. And then that's how it would just be written. It would just be written as FFF. F. Yeah, it even says this one specifically. Okay. That's 2 bytes, so I need a U16. Right. Yeah. Yeah, otherwise an error. I Mystic Cherry. Sherry. Hello. I'm just thinking about what I need this. How would I use it there? I mean, how do I use it here? I guess I'm just parsing it twice. How are you? I'm alright. How are you? It will follow this though, because I do like how this looks. We take the result, we multiply by 16, and then we add these values. Right. Yeah. I think I'm actually just going to copy this. Well, really, it's just called decode hex. So I tell it, yeah. So I'll tell it how much to read. Okay, just need some advice. Advice from me. I don't think you care about my advice. Gonna be honest. What do I call it? What have I comment here called got some name? What? Got some RAM? So I get the Unicode and then I have surrogate. I guess I'll just call it that. I'll just call it decoded. Yeah, I do have to verify it as well, so. Decode to hex, we're doing that from I to I plus 4. Yeah. I do, everyone's opinion is important. Ask your question. Okay, so I do for be in bytes. Okay. Why are you not happy about this? Right. Okay, result. Okay. I think it's just pretty easy, right? 0. I ignore 1 through 9. I add AF, AF. And then if I don't hit any of those, then it's invalid. Okay. Zero, I continue. Can I do this? Cool. 1 through 9, I would do result, add B minus 0. Expected U16 found in U8. Cool. F. Sorry, it's long. Yeah. If you think you don't like it, then and given the kind of job you have, I'll say this. I left my web dev job because I hated it. So hopefully that can be enough for you. Anything else is a problem, right? Result error. Oh, interesting. If I decode it, I get an error. Well, actually, what I would do is I would do match. Yeah, do match this. Should I track? Saturating 16. And then yeah, like I said, I had a web development job and I left that because I didn't like it. I'm trying to remember how long I was with him. I think it was just under a year. I think due to the nature of that kind of work that software development is, You have to enjoy it. You can't really mentally check out. Because if you're doing that, then you can probably make errors that can cause problems for people. It's not like some of the jobs where a mistake is probably going to apply to one person and they might not even care. A mistake in software development that can be like devastating. So I don't know exactly what you're doing. But I think probably honestly like any kind of job that's producing that, I don't know, you need to enjoy it and you need to be present. I'm gonna track an index. Invalid unit. What am I trying to say here? I guess this is probably the best. Invalid hex digit in invalid hex digit in escape sequence. I think that's right. I don't really know either. It definitely probably depends on the job. Because I'm sure not everybody who's in management likes the concept. But if it was me, if I was told to start using, which I actually was, if I was told to start using AI, I would deny that. And I would take that as a sign that I should probably be looking for a different job as well. They never told me like you're going to be fired if you don't start using AI. I just think that if I'm at a company and my boss wants me to use AI, I should not be working at that company. There's a misalignment of values there. I'm probably more extreme than you are, but that's how I would feel. Like the suggestion of AI may as well be like, I probably don't want to work there anymore. Let me make a comparison. If I was working at a restaurant and they told me you don't have to wash your hands when you come back from the bathroom, I would probably stop working there. Something like that. Maybe not something like that, but if maybe it was like, I don't know. I can't like come up with a better. That's just at least how I feel about it. I think you should really do what you think you should do. I would assume you have enough money to make that decision as well. you should. So if it's not one of these... Wait, is A even correct? Oh, 10. Yeah, I mean, that would be why. Duh. 10 plus... 10 plus, I'm going to do that. I don't think I have to do that. Actually, yeah, I definitely don't have to do that. Because this will just be whatever it should be. Yes, this is 16. Okay. Yeah, that would... I would not last. I would not last very long. I do know right now, depending on where in the world you're located, finding a new job may just be impossible. I think having the experience really helps, so being able to like say that you've worked in the industry before is really, really good. I haven't actually job searched since I left, but when I didn't have a prior job, it took me at least half a year. And that was also, I think it was also easier. It might have been easier then. 6 months might have been a low, might have been, I don't know, maybe about average. I don't know. I hear right now there's some people that have been searching for a year. But that's also nothing to mean like it can't change in a couple months. Having prior experience is definitely a big boost, I'm sure. Okay, so in this case, if I get an error back, it needs to be immutable. Do I even have to say that? Yeah, it's going to say it's not mutable. Wait, no, incompatible types. Index and next. What are you talking about? Oh. Cannot find next in this scope? I is currently pointing to a U. So I should have to add 1 here. I have to say equals? Wait. I is pointing to U. Right. I guess you have to say the equals there like that. And this, mutable. Awesome. How's the rest? I've wanted to learn it, or C++. I can say it's probably the most different language I've used in a while. I first learned Python, and then I went to like Java, JavaScript, and C++. But Rust is like, it's very different from all the other ones so far. It's really similar to, I'm taking something from C++ and putting in Rust. But it's also nice because there's a lot of like syntax stuff that makes things simpler to write. Looks very hard in the syntax. It's definitely a case of like getting used to it, I think. I would say learning the syntax of this is probably not even any harder than learning the syntax of Python. It might just be like learning the things you can write. But I think overall it's probably a bit more like that. Definitely need to use probably VS Code to write Rust. I've tried writing it in just NeoVim and I can't. I need help. Because there's like mistakes that I make, like basically just syntax mistakes that I make. But I also know C++ well enough already, so some of the things like references are not a new concept to me. Yeah. But if you had to pick between C++ and Rust, I would say Rust. I've used C++ enough that I just don't like it. Not because it's difficult to program in, but because I recently moved to Linux, and trying to compile C++ has just been... I've been unsuccessful in compiling C++ on Linux. I just can't do it. There's too many things I have to set up, and I don't want to learn how to do all these build systems on C++. Being able to write like a single function, to write the file, and run a single function to run the code is really nice. I don't have to do any setup. Looks really cool to learn. I want to be able to build more low-level stuff. Yeah. If you're going to do a new language, or between Rust and C++, please pick Rust. You should really do Rust. If anything, going from Rust to C++ is going to be easy. It's going to be easier. Rust to C is easier than C to Rust. Yeah, definitely part of it is like how much, I guess like how, I don't know if I can say free. I don't describe it. This doesn't exist. This kind of syntax just doesn't exist in any other language. I've never seen it. This range stuff is just nice that I can write that. This is basically not a concept in any other language that I've seen. I'm sure the languages have it, I just don't know them. But these kinds of things simplify it a lot. C# after? I have not really done anything with C#. I just know that the little bit I have done, it just feels like Java, but a little bit different. Actually, no, I have done C#. I just remembered the last job I had. Even though it was web development, there was a C# application somewhere in there, and I worked on that. I had never done C# before, but I had done Java, and it was basically just Java to me. I didn't do any research on C#. I just, from the code that I saw, I was able to, and from my knowledge of Java, I was able to work with it. decoded, I add I. Do I need to add I? I is equal to the U. So I probably do I plus 1. So whatever that index is, I should add 1. And this is just some to-do stuff. Anything else I think is a mistake, right? I guess I can make this a better error. Is currently pointing to that. This should be like incomplete. Yeah, this should be incomplete bytes. Incomplete. Escape sequence. And I'm going to use that twice. Is there a term for what this is? Oh. And then everything else. Wait, I say incomplete escape, then I use this. Incomplete. You escape. Only... I'll say that. Okay, this one. Is that actually done? Oh, it is done. Okay, that's done. Decode hex, and then now that I have that, I have the values, which means I need to go here to know what I'm doing now. Wait a second. Hang on. How do they... Wait. How do I say this? Through that, it may be represented by a 6-character sequence. Wait, how does that even work? But then isn't that the maximum value that it can have? Yeah. Oh. That particular range is reserved. That's why. So these values encode into here. But then there's a particular range in there that cannot be encoded. Or are reserved for the other stuff. Definition it's the encoding character numbers between these, which are reserved for UTF-16 surrogate pairs. Okay, so if I get a value in this range, then I know it is UTF-16 and I have to decode that. Decode that. Oh, what does it say here? Oh, well, okay. They explain why it is invalid. Okay, so really it has to be C2 to DF followed by a UTF-8 tail, which is a byte, that byte. Did they say C2? Okay, so this, alright, actually this is all of it. So these imply, wait. Okay, so they get pulled decoded. And then what I say is do I have to pull the first byte? Yeah, these are bytes. Okay. So I pull the first byte, and it has to be one of these in the sequence. So it has to be a C2 to DF, an E0, E1 to EC. I guess it's just E1, E0 to EC. ED to EF, F0 to F3. I guess F0 to F4. Okay. That has to be the first byte. If it's not, then... Okay, that's actually not true. I can just have this. So if it is between there and 7F, then I can accept that, right? I'm sure I don't match here. I'm sure that I don't. Yeah, this is like just totally loose. I only check for surrogate pairs. I don't actually check that it's valid, which I need to do. I have parse string out of validate string, which validate string is the exact same way. It just doesn't even, it doesn't actually care. Okay. If decoded is less than or equal to, if we're in here, it's okay. I keep that. And I keep it as it is. So I would run I add 4. And then I continue. Well, I guess I don't really have to say continue. No, I want to say continue. If that's the value decoded, I'm done. Then if decoded is... Okay, let me run match. Okay, what I would like to do is to be able to decode this, and if it's not, if it's outside of this range, what do I specifically check? So what am I checking here? D8 to DB. Wait. I've decoded 2 bytes. This is the first byte. I've decoded 2 bytes, technically. Also, I don't understand what these columns mean. The first column, the second, and third. I don't know what these are. These are really confusing to me. Oh, wait, I think I get it. It's the 2 bytes null to 2 bytes this. 2 bytes this to 2 bytes this. Wow, okay, now I get it. 2 bytes here to 2 bytes here. Okay. This one still stands. If it's less than or equal to this one, then we're done. If it is this range, actually up to this range, I'm covered. right? Technically. Wait, actually, I think I'm so confused. Because then it comes down here and it goes into 2 bytes, or individual bytes, which gets confusing. Because there's certain structures that are guaranteed to be a certain way. I might just be toast at this point. So if we're here, we're done, right? I don't even... In fact, the only time I care about what it could be is if it's a surrogate pair. And even then, I'm not actually validating. I'm just checking that I can read some bytes. I need to validate it because part of Rust string is that it has to be valid UTF-8. I can't, even though JSON technically doesn't have a restriction on how you're encoding them, when I validate it, I should validate that it is correct UTF-8, because otherwise I pull it out, I give it to Rust, and I say, hey, put this in a string. Rust is probably, I'm assuming Rust is going to panic and say, hey, this is not UTF-8. Like, this doesn't make any sense. So I have to make sure that my validation is matching Rust's validation for a string. Does Rust have any kind of like there might be well, I think what it really is that if you try iterating it in certain ways, okay, let me confirm what they talk about with strings. UTF-8 encoded string type. And they keep mentioning this. I just need to see somewhere them say, if it's not UTF-8, then it's a problem. It might be where they get into bytes specifically. You're not allowed to index strings like that. Right. This is the big problem. Indexing within a UTF-8 between a UTF-8 bytes, I don't even know how to what to call that. That's a panic. So that's why I should verify that I provide valid UTF-8. I don't actually know if I have to. Do I have to? I can probably test. Actually, I happen to know a sequence that is bad. So it should be actually, would it be string from UTF-8? I provide a vector of bytes to a string. String requires that it is valid UTF-8. Checks to ensure that all bytes are valid UTF-8, and then does the conversion. So I think that actually already answers my question. What do I know is a bad sequence? It was like C080. I don't know what that is off the top of my head in bytes. In decimal. I don't have to know it in decimal. I can write it in not. I can do it not. Ruck. Really? Whoops. I didn't get Control S. Oh. Oh. Unwrap. Error. UTF-8. That's really not a good error, to be honest, but error UTF-8 error valid up to 0. But C2 should be fine, right? It's fine. It also didn't print anything. I don't know what character that is, but good to know. C1 should not be valid. Awesome. Okay. Good. So I happen to know that if I try to give it a string, it's going to be not happy. Can I do string from bytes? I just do from bytes from raw parts. I don't know what that is. Can I do what is it, like 203? Run. 192.128. As string to string. String. UTF-8 chunks. I just want to make sure there's not like other ways that I can... I guess I'll just search it. I want to be totally sure. Strings are always valid UTF-8. There we go. So I can't even make one. All right, good. They say that strings are always valid UTF-8, so I need to be sure. All right. That's good. So if it has to be valid UTF-8, then I have to make sure that... Also, how does this work? Is this like the surrogate pair? That would just be an F and a 0, followed by... What's halfway? 8? 8 and 0? Yeah, F and 0. But then other ones are in... Yeah, okay. Okay. So... I don't know, do I have to like extract? Okay, alright, hang on. Specifically what I'm doing here is I'm just checking. I'm just getting decoded. And then I need to specifically know if I should be looking for a surrogate pair. So let me see what a surrogate pair is. I think they discussed this. They should. Prohibits encoding character numbers between this and this, which are reserved for use with the UTF-16 encoding form. How do I do that? 2718. I'll just do this. That's not... Where did I just get that information from? Okay, they just lied. It's definitely not that one. What? Oh. 781. Okay. Okay. Specifically reserved for UTF-16. Don't have any characters assigned to them. Okay. D8 to DF. Alright. So if decoded, how can I compare it to a range? Alright, I'm running match. D800. Right. This is a surrogate pair, and then otherwise... I'll have a function that's like validate. I could actually just run it through Rust then, couldn't I? All right, let me go to... I just want to do string from. Also because I've actually extracted it in a 16-bit integer. Yeah, okay. I do have to have my own function then. How can I explain this? Because that either has to be... Okay, these are all the possible UTF-8s, right? Let me think about this. No, if I decode it, then I have a 2-byte integer. Decode. Okay, so I don't think I have to worry about that. I think it's just specifically that when I get the surrogate pair, I have to verify that it's a good pair. Otherwise, anything else is okay. Also, I kind of forgot this. String slice. Let me check. May assume string slices are always valid UTF-8. Okay. Good, okay. Right, yeah. A UTF-8 sequence. I guess I can, okay, I guess that's here, right? I have a UTF-8 byte sequence. But here I have an, okay, I have an escaped code. So if I read in anything in here, I have to assume a surrogate pair is required. Otherwise, anything in there is valid. They specifically mention cannot encode Unicode characters. Right. Okay, so if I read any of these, I have to have another one. Otherwise, it's invalid as well. So here I don't really have to do that. If I do this, then I'm fine. So I'll check. I guess I can just run that, and then otherwise it's fine. Oops. Okay. This value must be part of UTF-16 surrogate pair. So then what I'm looking for is I am looking for a repeat of this. I guess you can say how many more am I gonna read? I is currently pointing at you. I need to read. I know it's 4, so I have to read 4. Then I have to read 1, 2. I need to read 6 more characters at this point. So 4 plus 6, 10 is less than size. If this is the case, otherwise that's a problem. Do I say I plus 1? I is pointing at the U. I'll just leave it there. Invalid. Incomplete escaped surrogate pair. U, E8. Right. It's a problem down here. Right, is valid. I guess this can just return a Boolean. I need to line break this somewhere around here. You're not okay with this? Can I do this? You don't like that. Okay. Rust. What? No. Is this what I'm looking for? Yeah, I don't want that. Oh. Break a string across multiple lines for formatting. You can escape the new line and deleting white space. Awesome. Now you're happy. Is that really how you want to format it? No, you're letting me format it how I want. Cool. Okay. So we have the space, so now I have to make sure it is followed by a /AU. I guess I can also say and bytes I plus 5 is equal to that, and 6 is equal to that. Okay, so now I know it's there. Then I can just do let I don't know. Decode hex. What was this? Decode UTF-16. Bytes of I plus 7 to I plus 8. Wait, is this correct? I think in my mind, the equals means I want that specific character as well. So it should just be plus 4. So 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I actually mean to write this. Okay. To there. Also, can I specifically say that bytes must be... Can I write 4 there? Okay, like whatever. So match that if it is plus equals 1 is the start of there, so this would be plus equals 7. I plus 7. Okay, so then I get the surrogate. Now I need to say if is valid surrogate pair decoded surrogate, then I do I have skipped. I is currently pointing at the U, so I do 4 to get past the first pair. Four to get past the first pair. The first of the whatever. The first hex. And then I do. I'm adding 1 at the top, and then I need to skip that many letters again. So technically I would only do 3. Because I'm always going to add 1 on the next loop. So 3, I'm looking at the next byte to read. Oh my gosh. I is currently looking here. Or the next one will look there. So I need to do if it was here, this means I'm going to read the / next, right? If it's here, it means I'm going to read the U next. So it's here, it means I would read the 0 next. So I would do add 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I had 1, I'd be reading this one next. If I had... No. Oh my... Okay. I add for the number of characters that I am consuming. If I is at U, that means I've consumed you. So if this is where the marker is, I need to consume up to here. I need to move the marker from here to there. It's 4, 4, 8, plus 2, 10. I should have to add 10. So, gosh, I just feel, I don't know why, I just don't feel convinced of myself. So I is pointing here. This one is next. So I need to go add 1. I want the star to be at the end. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Right, okay. I need help. Okay. If it's a valid surrogate pair, I add 10. And I'm done, right? Yeah, I should probably say continue. And then otherwise, this is not a valid surrogate pair. Return an error. I'll just say this. That's enough. Return a string from, that's not even correct. Error. Simple I. And then, yeah, okay, good. It's gonna tell me this is an unreachable statement. Though maybe I should leave that out and not do a continue, because the continues can be, yeah, I should not have continues. So instead, this one goes up here. This comes down here. If it is not a valid surrogate pair, return an error. If it is here, incomplete. Okay, so that weird warning is gone. All right, not a weird one. It's a good warning. I should probably not have a big long statement that has unreachable stuff after it. I'm gonna have to wrap up soon. I'm actually past my time, in fact. Alright. Yeah, it's just the stuff gets so long, and I wonder if there's a way that I could simplify it. Because this is really deeply nested. This is like hideous how deeply nested this is. I have a okay, I probably also shouldn't have continues in here. I might just have these be like empty, or a comment that says valid. I mean, I could have a function that's just called like validate escape, which can hold all of this. I don't know. Why is this here like that? Oh, if I is... Maybe I should leave a comment above it. I guess say like... This match means there are no characters. Yeah, only get here, nothing follows like slash, and I'll say... How did I forget this spelling? I thought so. Must guarantee. I don't know, I just don't like that it's so nested, but I mean, there's nothing I can really... I don't know how to compress it more. I don't know if this can be compressed. This on a line over here, so it's like this. So I currently points here. I want it to be over here. This would be 1, 2. It would be just adding 10. Adding 10, also it's to check that adding 10 is less than the size. Because then up here I add 1 and I pull it immediately. So I have to be sure that it's good before I can do that. If I plus 1 is still less than the size. Okay, so actually having it continue is really, really wrong. That's actually a problem. I actually can't do that. Hi, Yulia. I need to wrap it up. I'm going over my time. I'm going over my time. I shouldn't be on this late. So yeah, I need to make sure that none of these are diverging. No continues. No continues. At the end of the match, I have to check if I'm done. If I have reached the end, I have to stop. Right. Wait, no. No. What am I doing? If I plus 1... is greater than or equal to size, I think this is a mistake at this point. If this happens, it's wrong. No. Yes, it's wrong. If this happens, it's wrong. If adding 1 puts me at size, it is wrong because this should have read as... if I minus 1 is equivalent to size, what? That doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to be I plus 1. I'm safe to read byte 0 and byte 1. However, if I'm at 1 and the size is 2, that would check this. If I plus 1 is equal to size, I guess I'll just write here. Guard early for unterminated string. Okay. So now I can be safe that I cannot be safe. Well, actually, I guess I can just check down here. If I've added anything to I, and I'm at the end, if I plus 1 is greater than or equal to size, okay. If I is now equal to size, we have consumed additional bytes and are left with an unterminated string. And I'm just going to write that. So I cannot have any continues written in here, or else it's a bug. Which means the best way to do this would be to force this to always return a value. So I guess I could return how many digits I want to increment I by. I'll do this. I can force this to return a value. And then I can just do I plus equals skip. So now I force this to return a value all the time. So here I guess I just write 0. Valid ASCII. This will not return this. I think what I should probably do is yeah, I can just make this be like 10. That should be enough. And then this would just be 4. I'll let that condense and write like anything else is valid. Dog is growling at we're pulling in. Oh yeah, to do this. Okay, that's fine. I plus equals skip. If adding 1 is not equal to size. Oh my gosh. You're okay, buddy. It's okay. You're crazy. Oh, you're crazy. He's okay. I have not seen. I guess he's like anticipating a dog coming out, because that's happened. His dog might come out to greet him. Ah, right, and then here I need to skip one more, because now I is reading this character. Oh no, I don't skip one. Okay. Let me not drop that. Let me fix everything. So I need to add 1 to I in every place that I add I. 5. 2. 5. 8. 11. And this one I should just do, whoops. I should just do 12 because that looks nicer. Then I'll do 6 because that looks nicer. And then I would be adding 8 there. So instead of saying 4, I should be adding 5. Because it's technically the U and then the 4 digits after it, so that's 5. This is 11. This one is currently pointing here, so this would be 11 characters. Skip all those characters. Okay, so that's 11. That's 5. This should be incrementing it by 1. I drop that. Okay. This is good. I like this. This actually solves that problem of it being uncertain, like things being a little weird. I'm not going to change I in here, but I do check that I'm still in range before I do anything. And then I require that this returns the number of values to skip. And then I check this. All right. I'm going to go and say, call it there for today. I tend to go on like an hour past what I should be, so. Yeah, continue this. Will I do this tomorrow? I don't know if I'm going to do this tomorrow. I'm definitely going to keep... I'm going to probably do it off stream, but... I don't know. I just thought today I'd do this because I really wanted to do this on stream. I didn't want to do crawler, but I do need to get back to that. I do need to work on that. I need to be making progress on it. So yeah, tomorrow I'm back to the game dev, back to the crawler. So yeah, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.